Hello and welcome to another stream of Control doing the music tribute playthrough. Hey there, Sona. How's things going today? In the previous stream, we unlocked this outfit, the Candidate P7 outfit. So for this stream, I'm going to have Jesse wear this one. Okay, so the damage on this Pierce is going to be insane because I've got damage while aiming plus 26%, plus 34%, and plus 30% applied to it. Alright, we're going to work more on the mold removal mission. Hang on, I didn't realize this was going to do a automatic get into it thing. In fact, I didn't even realize that was the initiation for that mission. Hopefully, I've caught it before it locked me into that. I do want to do it, because I've never actually done that mission before anyway, but also I wasn't ready to do it now. I'd already actually watched that one, but it made me think of something. This is kind of spoilers a bit for Alan Wake, but the thing is, when we look at the lake, Cauldron Lake in Alan Wake, sure, it's a big lake, it's a massive giant lake, but when we look at it and we look at the surface of it and the width of it, from the outside we think, okay, so that's the scale of it. But that's before you even actually go under the depths and actually see how far it goes down. And when you reach the levels of, I guess, a best thing to call it is supernatural. When you get to that level, the depth becomes infinite. So the physical capacity of the lake may have a limit, but once that limit is reached and you go into the supernatural depths of it, it's very vast. And so in that way, it's more like an ocean. Hence the quote at the end of Alan Wake, it's not a lake, it's an ocean. On the surface, it might seem like it's just a lake, but it's actually an ocean because it's much larger than what you can see. And so the astral plane in the in this game is similar, where you only see a limited portion of it when you go there as Jesse, but that doesn't mean that that's the vastness of it. There's so much stuff that would be beyond that as well. And then you think about in real life, outer space, but also the depths of the ocean, and how apparently we haven't even mapped the entire depths of the ocean yet. So it makes you wonder, what are some of the things that exist at such a deep level that we don't even know about yet? And horror plays on this fear that it might be some creature that's down in the depths that for now is dormant because we haven't gotten to the point where we can actually reach where they are yet to disturb them, to piss them off or anything. But it could be something simple as maybe there's just a different kind of fish. And it's a fish that is just like any other fish where it just swims and does what it does. You know, might not be something that's some, monstrous terror that we haven't unearthed or anything. But when you look at Alan Wake and you look at Thomas Zane, while physically he is in a diving suit and not an astronaut suit, you can still make the symbolic connection between an astronaut and a diver. The only difference is, of course, one is going up into space and the other one is going down into the waters. But both have that protective gear that they use before they go there. Now, obviously, you wouldn't wear a diving suit going into space and you wouldn't wear a spacesuit going underwater. Although, I don't know, maybe there are some spacesuits that have been designed just in case they go to a planet or there's some kind of, flood or something that happens on the moon, and they want to make sure that the suits are capable of being submerged underwater. I mean, the probability of that not being thought of is very, very small. It's one of those things where if one person around the world has thought of that, you know that millions upon millions of people have thought about it, and you know that the people who have created the suits to go into outer space have thought about it too, as well. But yeah, that's the beauty of the Remedy Connected Universe, is that on the surface, if you look at how many games there are, sure, it's just like a lake, but it's actually an ocean, because the way that they're connected is very, very vast. I can't wait for the day, though, when Quantum Break is actually fully back in Remedy's hands. Because that was another game like Alan Wake that they had done exclusively with Microsoft. But with Alan Wake, they were able to finally get the rights, the full rights, so they could do releases on PlayStation. So I hope the same happens with Quantum Break. And it would be a nice present in the 10th year since Quantum Break came out to actually have an announcement where they can say that they've got the rights back to Quantum Break, because then they won't have to skirt around the characters in that game by doing clever and very inventive references For example, Courtney Hope, who plays Jesse Faden here, also plays a character in Quantum Break named Beth Wilder, and Sean Ashmore, who plays Jack Joyce in Quantum Break, he in Alan Wake 2 plays Sheriff Tim Breaker, and there's a board that Sheriff Breaker has where he's taking down notes of people that he's seen, and he's seen a mysterious red-headed woman. And so that's their way of referencing Quantum Break. So it'll be nice when they fully have the rights back where they don't have to do that anymore, and they can basically have a story where it'd be so cool to have Jesse meet Beth Wilder and have Jack Joyce meet Sheriff Breaker, you know. But yeah, they've had to skirt around that when referencing stuff. The Night Springs DLC, one of them actually has Sheriff Breaker going through, you know, time and all that kind of stuff. Hey there, Lone. Thank you very, very much for the 45 stream streak. Thank you very, very much for that. How's things? Thank you for leaving the lurk too. Appreciate it. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Lone Star. Been doing some World of Warcraft. Hello there, Max. How's things, dude? Max, isn't Alan Wake the game referencing Quantum Break? It sure is, dude. Yeah. Yeah, because Alan Wake was originally an exclusive with Microsoft, and Quantum Break is still, they were able to have Alan actually appear in Quantum Break. And they also set up the character of Stig Andersen as well in that, which is quite cool video as well. But yeah, when they got the rights to Alan Wake, Remedy got the full rights. They were able to release it on PlayStation, and that's when they did the remaster of Alan Wake 1. But yeah, since they don't own the full rights to Quantum Break yet, it means that they can't directly put any of the characters from that into any of their games yet. Hello again, in Meta. My day's going well, thank you, dude. It's going good. How about yourself? How was your stream? Oh, cheers, Max. Thank you, dude. Glad to hear that you're going good too. That's awesome. Another middle of the week has arrived. Gee, time goes so damn fast. Like, it's like, hey, time, slow down a little bit, will you? Oh, cheers, Mita. Thank you, dude. It's going well. You just finished your workout and you're about to go to sleep now, but I saw you went live and wanted to say hi. Well, thank you for joining in Mita. Muchly appreciated. Glad to hear that things are going well too. Hope you had a great workout. Would also like to definitely recommend in Mita's channel. He's been doing a playthrough of Horizon Forbidden West. In Meta, the stream went well. One more region to complete, and then you'll continue ESO off stream because the game is huge and never ends. That is totally fair as well. There's so much I guess that you can do on stream, and then cap it off somewhere to be like, okay, that's the streamed playthrough finished, and then just do whatever other stuff off stream as well. I mean, that'd be the thing, like games where they do offer that. If the content is enjoyable, then it would make any new content something to look forward to as well. Um, I can see the appeal with online games in that sense, um, but not really the online games like Battle Royale, kind of stuff as well. And that's no worries at all for the shout out, dude. Hey there, nah, bro. Welcome, dude. You lost the streak. Sorry to hear about that. Thank you so much, though, for the stream streaks that you were able to get. Thank you very much for that. Nah, bro, well, back to one. Yeah. Thank you so much, though, and even a streak of one is definitely appreciated as well. I just wish that Twitch would add some more um, things to it, like the expectation on both the streamer and the viewer to constantly be streaming and to constantly have the viewer be able to get stream streaks, but not allow the viewer to actually basically miss, you know, a stream, but still be able to continue their streak. Like, if someone streams 10 streams, right, and you watch 5 of the streams, and you get a stream streak of 5, if you miss the 6th stream, but catch the 7th one, then your streak of 5 should continue into streak of 6 and all that kind of stuff. I think it's stupid that they make it that if someone misses the next stream and they don't manage to get their stream streak saved within the 24-hour period, that they lose it. You know, I think they really need to make changes to that and make it more generous. You know. Amity, yeah, you completed the main plot on stream and a few other regions, so you believe that's enough content for the stream. You've basically completed all the base game, and what you have left now are DLCs. Most of them are locked as well, so you can't play them without buying them separately. That's definitely fair too as well, to have that as a factor to consider the cost of stuff as well. But that's good that you're satisfied with the content that you have done. It's good to reach that point, especially in a game, as you said, that literally doesn't actually end. No, but it'd be nice if they gave you the option to renew at least once a month or something like that. Exactly, yeah. The more options and more ways for people to continue their streaks would be the better option as well, because I think that would be fair. In Meta, they will make all of them free with time, though, or so they said. Well, hopefully they do. It's annoying when they say, yeah, we're going to do this, and then months and years pass by, and then they're like, when's you going to do this? I was like, oh, yeah, yeah, we'll do it eventually. You'll love the eventually timeline. I don't know if the song changes. The board here has changed since the last time we were in here, what was actually on it. So I don't know if the song that's in here will change, but I just want to double check just in case. In Meta, yeah, after 400 hours, mostly off stream, you completed the base game plus DLCs. Damn, dude, that's a lot of hours. Like, holy shit. They changed the music, but it's something that I've already covered earlier in the playthrough, so I won't cover it again. But yeah, originally there's a Poets of the Fall song in that room, but since I've already covered that and I've come back now later, they've replaced the song. But that bit of music that is playing in there, I've already covered that, so we move on. Yeah, and me too. Ubisoft is like, damn, we need the next Assassin's Creed to be 400 hours long. And Mita, being an MMORPG, they will keep adding more content, so that is true, yeah, exactly. Until they reaches a point where they're just not getting, I guess, the players and the money being spent. Then I wonder what happens. I mean, GTA Online, I expect, is experiencing a similar expectation from players where it's like, when GTA 6 drops, how will that actually affect the online? Will they just basically update the online that already exists, or will they basically have a handover period where people have to jump over to the new online? Then the question is, all the players who have spent all the years and money to get what they've achieved, do they lose all that when GTA 6 drops? So I don't know what they're going to do with that. And when Elder Scrolls 6, or if I should say, I shouldn't say when, meme wise, I would say when, reality wise, if Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, I wonder then what that might have an effect on with Elder Scrolls Online. Or maybe it's something where they wouldn't really worry too much. Some people use doors to get into rooms. Jesse just basically teleports through the glass windows. I mean, it's quick, right? In Meta, anyway, time to get some sleep. Have a great stream. Catch you later. Absolutely, dude. Thank you so much for stopping in, especially before going to bed. I hope that you get some good rest as well in Meta. Definitely catch you later. I'll be doing more Assassin's Creed Chronicles China later. Continuing on with that. That's all good, dude. No worries at all. Let's see what song's on this radio. usually when the song on a radio in this game stops, the pause lasts a bit longer than it did for that song. So I wasn't sure if the pause was part of the song or if it was the end of the song. But yeah, I think once it paused for a split second, that was the end of the song. Hey there, Ryu. Hope your day's going good. Oh, very good, Ryu. Glad to hear that things are going well. Some cool references there. There's the David Bowie song. I can't remember the name of it though. But in Alan Wake 1, in the end credits, there's the song that has the lyrics about Major Tom, commencing countdown, Major Tom, something like that. Anyway, Dr. Darling has dialogue there that references that, which the fact that Matthew Peretta, who voices Alan Wake, but in this game who plays Dr. Darling is also, that's what he looks like. That's not his. It's not just someone else playing the physical part of Dr. Darling and he voices him. That's actually Matthew Peretta playing Dr. Darling in full. So to have him referencing something from Alan Wake is always a treat. Um, and then he references 2001: A Space Odyssey with the character of Bowman flying into the monolith, the movie by Stanley Kubrick, which was based on a novel written by Arthur C. Clarke. However, the novel and the screenplay, the novel for the book and the screenplay of the movie adaptation of that book was actually being written in tandem. And so, with that kind of thing going on, there's definitely going to be changes and differences in the novel and in the movie. But that's an interesting thing to have a book and the script that the movie is basing off the book to be written at the same time. But a similar thing happens with Alan and Thomas Zane, where Alan is a writer who's trying to write a way to get out of the dark place, and Thomas Zane is a filmmaker who's also trying to get out of the dark place using film as a medium. So you have two collaborators, a writer and the filmmaker, just like with 2001: Space Odyssey, you had the writer Arthur C. Clarke collaborating with the filmmaker Stanley Kubrick to do 2001: A Space Odyssey. Oh, good, this health boost. Got the better value one. Cool, I'll swap that out. Okay, there might not be any music in it, but I still want to cover it just in case. But that video of Dr. Darling that we just saw, I want to cover any potential music in that. But the audio from those videos is actually tied to the effects volume, not the music volume. Ah, no, of course. Yeah. So that room that I was in earlier, the reason the board was different is because it's a completely different room. I thought that the board had changed and what was on it. But yeah, this is the room with the Poets of the Fall song that we've already covered. And then the other room that I thought was this room but changed, we've already covered the music in that one. I mean, it is plausible in this game that things could change like that, given the nature of the oldest house, which itself can shift and reconfigure itself. That's why these control points are important, is because it keeps the parts of the oldest house looking the same way consistently, instead of being able to shift around. Otherwise, if it was left to its own devices, it could potentially reconfigure the entire layout of the entire building. So you wouldn't even be able to remember where things were, because the things that were placed in certain rooms or the rooms themselves would be completely different from the ground up. Hello there, Keone. Things are going good, just dealing with some more hiss, dealing with the mold in the game. How's things going? I just realized the timing of having Jesse wear this outfit, which is P7, and this is my 7th stream session for the playthrough. I mean, true, I could have actually activated in the previous stream, however, I wanted to wait until I was starting a fresh stream to do it, and it just so happens to be that it's the 7th stream that I'm having her wear the outfit that has 7 on it. You gotta love synchronicity when stuff like that happens. Plus, in my stream titles, I put the word part. So P part P7, 7th stream, part 7. Ati. All right, I need to take care of this for Artie. And then, once we do this, we'll unlock another outfit. Which I can then have Jesse wear in the next stream. Ah, damn it, went too low. And there we go. Unlock the janitor's outfit. We'll wear that. We'll wear that in the next stream. I'll be doing the DLC content, so there's plenty of streams to potentially cover all the different outfits that I can unlock. Because I'll be doing the DLCs, but also side stuff too. Just to show what it looks like, what the janitor's assistant outfit looks like. I'll just go to the outfit menu and just hold it there on the outfit, but won't have her wear it until the next stream. Now this is going to be good. Be able to do a lot more damage with the launch. Getting multi-launch. Hold and launch up to 3 objects. Energy now recovers while holding launch objects. It's a lot of points. It's worth 8, and that's all I have, but it's worth it. Hello there, Tokyo. Welcome. How's things? Tokyo, things is good. Working right now, but more like standing here watching gauges and cameras. Really nice. Oh, really, Tokyo? Yeah, I guess that could be a bit monotonous at times as well. I'm glad that things are going good. This game is a bit of a mind bender, eh? It definitely is, absolutely. If there was a video game genre that was just called Mindbender, then that would definitely be a game. This would definitely be a game that would fall under that banner. Yeah, it's so annoying, Tokyo, especially in this playthrough, because I'm trying to get the music to play its fullest on a loop before dying or something else changes. And unfortunately, that enemy that teleports and also, well, it doesn't really teleport, it turns invisible. And then when it gets near you, it unleashes a fury. So having that enemy and also that spinning erratic ball of stuff just spinning around everywhere too doesn't help either. Tokyo. You do better than I will. Appreciate you taking time to show the music they make for games that no one even hears sometimes. Oh yeah, that's the thing too. Some music, the sound effects and the dialogue might cover over little tiny bits of lower volume elements of a piece of music. And so taking the dialogue and sound effects away allows even those tiny bits of music to be heard, which then can change how the whole piece actually feels when you hear it. I can't even remember now which game was the first one I did this type of playthrough with, but I think it was one of the Assassin's Creed games though. It might have been either Assassin's Creed 2 or Brotherhood, I think. Can't really remember now. It's been so long. Unfortunately though, I didn't actually start exporting my VODs until 2023, so there's a lot of playthroughs that I've done over the years that before 2023 have now been lost forever, but I wouldn't mind doing a lot of those playthrough types that I've done in the past before I started exporting VODs to do them again at some point. But there's so many games that has such great music, and it's always one of those elements that if the music is really good, that helps go towards making me like a game a lot. That fucking annoying enemy that goes invisible during a fucking boss fight. It's worse than little tiny enemies being minions and fucking attacking you while you're trying to deal with a boss. Let alone an enemy that goes invisible and is very powerful when it unleashes its fucking fury on you. Either I win or I give up, which isn't happening. The I give up part, that is. The I win part is. Oh no, Keone, you lost the watch streak. There goes the 200 streak. Sorry to hear about that happening, Keone. Thank you, though, for getting the amount of stream streaks that you did. motherfuckers camping underneath. There we go. Tomasi is now gone. Need to destroy the enemies that are remaining in the room though. Imagine trying to do a no damage playthrough of this fucking game. Good luck, whoever does it. Hats off to you if you can get it done. Especially if your punishment that you put is you have to start the whole game all the way from the start again. Keone, it's okay. Always a good time here. Well, thank you very much, Keone. I'm glad that you enjoy the streams. Thank you very much. Same to you as well, Sona. And there we go. That's that piece of music. Hello there, Dex. Rod of Clan Legion. Good day to you. Welcome on in, Dex. Sorry to interrupt your music tribute. Oh, absolutely not. That's no interruption. That's no trouble at all. I definitely don't want people not to chat in chat when I'm doing these playthroughs. That's for sure. I hope things are going well. We just need to get her some glow sticks and a dancing emote, and we're in business. Exactly, Quick Dex. Yeah, the ways in which you can make characters move in games can sometimes really give you the ability to make it look like they're dancing. It can be tricky though sometimes. It depends on how they've programmed the character's movement. Like with Jessie here, if I do a quick left and right with the control stick over and over again, it kind of does that, but then it starts to go a bit different. I mean, I'm stuck on something there, but doing that, but trying to get the timing to the nuance to be a bit different is sort of a bit difficult because you got to do different tricks with the control stick if you're using the controller as well. But if I just spin the control stick in an anti-clockwise direction constantly, then Jessie will start to spin like that. But the quicker you do it, the more like that. But then if you go clockwise, you've got that, and then especially when crouching as well, that gives different movement too. And so sometimes when you're trying to do a very specific move in time with the music, you might not be able to do it because the game will not allow the character to move in the exact instance in the exact same way you like it. Then she'll be dizzy. That's it. Spinning around and around and around like a record. We've dealt with Tomasi. Time to go back to Emily. Finish out that mission. Dex, seeing you play Chronicles reminded you want to play that trilogy of games. Oh yeah, Dex. Those can be fun. The one that is probably the most challenging one can be the Russia game, the third one. It's definitely one of those situations where you can play them in any order you want. There's definitely very specific plot elements that carry across all three, but not to the point where if you don't actually know 100% of everything, you won't be able to follow the story. But I always definitely recommend, for a first-time playthrough at least, doing them in the chronological order. So that's China, India, and Russia. Because then as they introduce new gameplay elements and you start to get used to how the games work, by the time you get to Chronicles Russia, while it still can be annoying, at least you've got all that experience then of the previous games building up to that. Whereas if you just jump straight into it, it's definitely jumping into the deep end as well. Because there's a lot of parts where you have to get to a certain spot in a certain amount of time without being detected, or you just need to generally get there without messing up. Otherwise, the checkpoint is pretty far back. You have them all. You got that through PlayStation Plus, just never played them. You wonder if there is a preferred playing order. Well, that's definitely mine, for sure. China, India, and Russia. But I will play each one individually at random sometimes as well. But that's good that you got them through PlayStation Plus. That's something that comes in real handy, especially with a franchise of games too. But yeah, my favorite one is the China game. I like all three though, and the art style is interesting, and the connections to the wider Assassin's Creed universe are pretty cool too. Emily is such a great character in this game. I really look forward to seeing, and hopefully she's in some form in the sequel as well. But one of my favorite moments with her in this game is when she's talking about all the potential weapon applications that the BlackRock could actually have for things. And I'm thinking, I wonder if some of those weapons that she mentioned will actually turn up in the sequel as well. That's true, Dex. Yeah. Yeah, Xiao Jun was first introduced in Assassin's Creed Embers. They also did some comics and some books and stuff with her too. Um, she went to visit Ezio. He was about 65, I think, at that time. And there's also a reference to her in Assassin's Creed 3 when Connor gets given the rope dart. Achilles mentions Xiao Jun, and the outfit that she has is actually in Syndicate. You can have Evie wear it. Unfortunately, though, new stories that they've put her in are non-canon, which I think is a slap in the face to the character, to be honest. Like, create a whole new character and make them non-canon if you want to, but don't take an already established canonical character and put them in stories that aren't actually canon. I think that's a bit silly. Dex, yeah, our boy Ezio died too young, but 65 is for an assassin is a good run, I suppose. That is true too, when you think about the time period as well, and obviously with the elements of the series that are unrealistic about having someone who has the ability to see through walls and stuff, like the fact of someone being able to run around on rooftops when they're in their 60s isn't that far-fetched, really. But I will say that when you look at Altair, for example, they do really make how old he gets actually reflected in the gameplay as well. How he will get winded and stuff if you run too much. Dex, yeah, you just looked it up. He was canonically 65 when he died. Yeah. It's a good run, though, especially all the stuff that he went through, all the potential times he could have died as well. And I'm glad that he was able to find peace in his last years because everything that he went through, and also the fact that he had lost so many people over that time. And so it was good that he was able to meet someone as well in Sophia that was going to be able to be a great, asset for him. And um, yeah, I think things ended as well as they could have. I just wish characters like Adewale got to get that privilege of dying, at an old age through natural causes. I mean, there is some debate about whether or not Ezio was already dying before the events of Embers, or whether the young guy who was talking to him poisoned him. But I think what makes most people now this isn't saying I'm not saying that everyone literally thinks this, but I think maybe some people think that that guy killed Ezio because of his expression. Because there's a close-up shot of him, how he has a very, very evil-looking smile, and he's got like a scar on his mouth and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if when they were doing the animation, that's what they were going for, or maybe it's just simply that he looks like that because he's arrogant. And the thing there is that, Ezio had some level of arrogance, when he was young, and he sees that in that guy, you know. But I sort of feel like Ezio was really sick, and that he was going to die of natural causes eventually, and that he was just at peace at that time, and he was watching the square where his father and brothers had unfortunately been killed, decades before. Dex, Ezio would wince and complain about his back sometimes from Revelations. That is so true, exactly. Yeah. Which is really cool when they add that kind of stuff. It kind of brings things back down to the human element a bit. Yeah, Dex. Yeah, it's like, you know, it's pretty going from like the turmoil of that time, seeing his family killed in front of his eyes, and then all those decades later being at peace with it all, you know. Um, But yeah, it was a great send off to the character. That's why I'm kind of a bit ambivalent about when they say things like, "Oh, Ezio might be appearing in Hexa," and I'm like, let's just leave Ezio the way that he was left, because I think as much as it is great to see more Ezio stuff, the more you include him in newer stuff, the more opportunities there are for ruining his character and messing up what has been left behind. For me personally, from what I saw of the virtual reality game, they've already started that process of basically, and it was great that Roger Craig Smith returned to voice Ezio. That was awesome. I just feel like giving him dialogue when he puts his hidden blade on, that is the equivalent of saying, like, I don't remember his exact quote, but it's something like, "Ah, the hidden blade, the weapon of an assassin." And I'm like, why would Ezio say that to himself? And if you want people who don't know much about the series to learn about it, just have a pop-up for a database entry about the hidden blade. You don't need to have a character who has already been an assassin for a while at that point to have to make a comment about their hidden blade. It's like like if a plumber was going and getting their equipment, they wouldn't look at their equipment and go, "Ah, yes, the equipment of a plumber," and then go off and do their job. You know. Dex, yeah, you think the young man just reflected him when he was young and brash, and you don't think he was poisoned? That would be a whack way for him to go out after his epic life. You think he just died of old age and sadness due to all the people he lost in his life? Exactly, Dex. And the fact that the guy had red hair didn't help, because people instantly think of, Borgia and things like that. They thought he might have been like a descendant or something as well. Hey there, Lucinda. Thank you very, very much for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome on in, everyone. Hello, Killer Crim 420. Welcome on in. Hey there, John Hamhock. Welcome. Ave, welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to my music tribute of Control. Usually I do these when there's an anniversary of a game, but the sequel coming out this year sometime, I wanted to do this now instead of waiting till 2029. Which is a fair way away now. It's still 3 years away. So I didn't want to just, wait until 2029 to do this playthrough type for the game. Control is going well, thank you, Ave. We just got done with a boss fight. So that was good to get done and making good progress. We've unlocked a new outfit as well from the last stream, and got Jesse wearing that at the moment. And we also unlocked the janitor's outfit as well. So I'll have Jesse wear that in the next stream. Dex, you may have been straddling streams. That's all good, Dex. I definitely do it myself too, as well. And it's funny when two different channels raid the same person as well. Oh, nice, Lucinda. Stream went well, made good progress for a short stream. Excellent. That's really good. It's always a good feeling, and it just goes to show that as much as it is good to have long streams sometimes, and you can potentially get a lot of stuff done, even in a short stream, you can still get some prominent things done. So that's really good. Hey there, Lizzie. Welcome. How's your day going? Happy birthday to you as well. I hope that you're enjoying your birthday. Dex, your Twitch promiscuity knows no bounds. It's like Twitch is like, shit, what's going on? We've detected that someone is watching two different streams at the same time. Hey there, Necro. Welcome, dude. How's things going? I'm going to wish you the best of luck with this stream, because it's about time you head to bed so you're not a zombie tomorrow. That is totally fair, Ave, for sure. Thank you so much for popping in. For those who didn't come in with the raid, definitely recommend people check out Lucinda's channel, doing playthroughs of Resident Evil Requiem. A big fan of that series. Also a fan of the Last of Us series, as well as games like the Dishonored series. Thank you so much, Ave, for being here. I hope that you have a good one. Would also like to recommend people check out Ave the Oni's channel. Has also been doing a playthrough of Resident Evil Requiem. Recently did a playthrough of Resident Evil 4 Remake, doing the Separate Ways DLC for that as well. Another great streamer, so definitely recommend. And that's no trouble at all, Lucinda, for the shout out. Keone Rod Fortnite when? A million years. In a million years' time. That's okay for the shout out, Ave. Absolutely no trouble at all either. For those who are new to this type of playthrough, essentially, when I can, because some games are different, if I go into the options and show what audio sliders you have, so you've got the music, the effects, and the dialogue. In this game, the majority of the music is tied to the music volume. However, audio from televisions inside the game are actually tied to the effects volume. And while there may not be music in every single Dr. Darling video, for example, I'm still going to cover those. And when I cover those, in case there's any music in there, I have to put the effects volume back on. But for the most part, it's just the volume of the music on. So that explains why there's no sound effects that you can hear and no dialogue and all that kind of stuff. There's music on the radios in this game, and sometimes they apply that in games to the sound effects volume, not the music volume. But in this game's case, the songs on the radio are also tied to the music volume. And what I do is I don't just simply play through the game with only the music on and play through at a normal pace. I actually slow things down, listen to the music, make sure that I'm covering as much as possible. If it loops, wait until it loops. If it stops, then move on. Triggering certain contexts, dying on purpose, covering the music that might play there. In this game in particular, the music can actually change based on shooting an enemy and how quickly you shoot the enemy, as well as distortion from launching objects, holding them. The music can be distorted and make it sound different as well. So I do all that kind of stuff with a music tribute playthrough. Lizzie, it was great hanging out with Scott. You're seeing him perform later this week and you're excited. Very nice, Lizzie. That's awesome. I'm glad that you've had a great time. It's definitely good to have things like that to look forward to as well. Killer Crimbro said Fortnite, laugh my ass off. Yeah, I've never actually played it. I don't have anything against it or people who play it. It's just that it's not really the style of game that I'm interested in. So I've never actually played that. Same with like Overwatch and sort of like battle royale shooters and all that kind of stuff. I can't remember what this triggers. It might trigger the foundation, or might not actually. Oh yeah, that's the jukebox thing. All right, I will be doing that as part of the playthrough, but not right now. I think what I'll do is more stuff related to getting the old friends, defeat these his corrupted allies of Arish. Okay, so there's nothing new with his dialogue. Sometimes in games there'll be music tied to certain dialogue, so I want to cover that just in case. Killer Crim, you've never seen this game before? Oh, very nice. Yeah, this game came out in 2019, and it's part of the wider Remedy connected universe, as they call it. But you don't have to have played games like Alan Wake, for example, to get into it. Although there are a lot of references and stuff to it. But we play as a character named Jessie Faden, and her brother's been missing for years. And she finally finds where he's been, and it turns out it's in this weird building. That's probably the most basic way I can describe what's going on, without saying any major spoilers and stuff. But yeah, that's the gist of what's going on. In some ways, if you've seen of or know much about the X-Files, there's definitely a lot of influence from or similarities to that series. Killer Crim again. Wow, all them games are new to you as well. You've heard of Alan Wake. This game's got some Star Wars vibes with the Force. Oh yeah, absolutely. And that can be a lot of fun in this game too. There's also upgrades that you can get, like the ability to have more than three, like more than one object that you can actually grab. So I've recently got that where you can have three at once. I mean, if you don't have enough energy left, you might only be able to do two. But yeah, there's some really cool abilities that you get in this. And Alan Wake, it's one of those games that has a lot in it. It's a relatively short game. It's only got like six main episodes. There is DLC for that too, as well, which adds an extra two episodes on top. But it's probably better to, like, if you're going to play a game like Alan Wake 2, then that would probably be a game that you would need to play Alan Wake 1 for. But you could play this, for example, and then go and play Alan Wake 1. And there's a great sort of like revolving door thing with it, where it doesn't matter which order you play them in, whichever order you do, when you play the other, there'll be things where you're like, oh, that's cool, that's a reference or a foreshadowing, or that explains that, or things like that too. It's so funny. I play so many games, often week to week. I was using the touchpad on the PlayStation controller and swiping it up to show the waypoint for where to go in this game. But that's what you do in Ghost of Tsushima, which I'm also playing at the moment to do. You gotta love when that happens, Lucinda and Killer Crib. It's just like in Assassin's Creed Origins when I was playing that recently. I was pressing the R2 button to get on the horse, but that's the attack button. That's what you press in Ghost of Tsushima to get on the horse. And Lucinda, nice, yes. The horse was like, "Why the hell are you hitting me for?" I'm like, "Shit, sorry, wrong game." Then you get games in the series where one game will have one set of controls for certain things, and then the next game they're like, "We've had the same button do the same thing for two games in a row. That's just too much now. We need to just change the button." Killer Crim, yeah, you just done everything on Ghost of Yotai. You loved it, and the new Legends that just came out is pure fire. Oh, nice, Killer Crim. That's good that you enjoyed it. I definitely want to get. Pardon me, almost got the hiccups. I definitely want to get to that game at some point. It's just too expensive here at the moment in Australia. It's like the base game is still over $100, and even if the game is worth it, I definitely don't have the budget to be spending that much money on a game, especially just a base game as well, not a special edition even, which is even more expensive. Listen to yes, lol. It's like I'm gonna access the map. Hang on, why is it doing that for? Oh, that's right, they changed it. Oh, really? Killer Crim as well. Oh, nice. You know what I'm talking about then with prices of games and stuff. Just so ridiculous. I don't want to go to that sector elevator yet because going near the sector elevator actually triggers the initial set up for the Alan Wake DLC, which I will be doing in this playthrough, but I'm not ready for that yet. I want to actually leave that as the last content I do. There's also the Foundation DLC, which is quite interesting because it takes you even deeper into the oldest house, and it gives you some more insight in one of the previous directors of the FBC and what they were doing in the depths and all that kind of stuff. So I'll be doing that DLC first when I'm ready for that, and then the Alan Wake one. Gillicrim, you paid 125 for deluxe. You saved before. You think it was 150 to be honest. So now you just hit level 1000 in Black Ops 7 2 nights ago. You got to find a new game. Maybe going to try this. Oh, very nice. Yeah, that's the thing too. Going from one game to another, trying to figure out potentially which one to do next. Sometimes I find that hard because some games require a lot of time, and I might not be ready for that time commitment for that game yet. But then again, some games that also need a lot of time, I might be more inclined to play that one instead because maybe there's some other elements to it that won't take as long. So that can be tricky sometimes. But that's a lot. The last Call of Duty game I played that was new at the time was Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. And they're the only games I've played actually, the original Modern Warfare trilogy. Although I did try Call of Duty 3 after playing Modern Warfare 1 the first time, and I just couldn't get into Call of Duty 3. But I think I might have been spoiled by the gameplay improvements that Modern Warfare had introduced. Killer Crim Warzone is straight brain rot nowadays. Oh, is it really? Yeah, I haven't even seen any sort of like gameplay of that either. But so many games in that franchise now, like it just seems overwhelming a lot of the time. Gillicrim, the NW movement, jumping and diving off walls, 720 no scope type shit. Yeah. Oh, the new movement, jumping and diving off walls, doing like backflips, I imagine, and doing like all sorts of acrobatics. Hey there, AC. Thank you very much for leaving the lurk, dude. Would also like to recommend people check out AC's channel, doing games like Dead by Daylight, as well as GTA Online. I started this stream earlier than I normally started at an early time. So I want to go for a little bit longer than the usual streams have been for a while now. When I had this as the later game, the streams were much longer, but when I moved it to an earlier slot, they've been shorter. But now today's stream was even earlier than that early time. Give me a good opportunity to do a lot of the side missions that I have on the table. I've never actually done this Dr. Yoshimi Takui's guided imagery experience before. I accidentally started it when I didn't want to, but I didn't get too far into it. Lucinda, okay, right, it's time for you to head to bed. Hope you have a great rest of your stream. I will see you when you get up tomorrow morning. Such as the time zone differences and doing multiple streams in the same day for myself and different times around the world. Thank you once again for the raid. Appreciate it. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel, doing playthroughs of Resident Evil 9 Requiem. Also a big fan of the other games in the series. Also a big fan of the Dishonored series, so enjoy stealth games as well. Has some really cool raccoon-themed emotes, static ones and animated ones as well. A great streamer, so definitely recommend. And that's all good for the shout out. No trouble at all. I hope that you have a good rest. Definitely catch you again next time. Going from the bizarre world of the oldest house to the rooftops and other areas of China in the 1500s with Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. Well, that was very trippy. I've never done that content before. I saw a little bit of it one time, but I didn't see the entirety of it. Some very, very trippy stuff there. Especially when the first dead body appears and then Dr. Yoshimi is like, oh, a dead body. How about you go over and touch the dead body? It might be interesting. It's like, yeah, sure. Very interesting. And then when we do, and then more appear, he's like, why'd you do that for? Why'd you touch the dead body? Because you told me to, you idiot. All right, so I wanted to test all the incorrect variations first, just in case there was any music that was tied to the messing up of them. Hello there, Not Fry. Thank you very, very much for the 9 months of subscribing in a row. That's excellent. Thank you very, very much for that, dude. Appreciate it. How's things going? That's right, Not Fry. 9 months already. Holy shit. Absolutely, that's a lot of time. Lizzie, rip fish. Yeah, rest in peace, statue of a fish. Oh, very nice, Not Fry. Glad to hear that you're going okay. That's good. Control is going really well. I'm now working on this puzzle in the luck and probability department. I actually had it, but when I saw it, I thought, oh, maybe it's the wrong thing. But yeah, this phone has to be interactable. Might have to reset the room, I think. Uh-huh. There we go, finally. Oh, then it disappeared on me. I'm like, finally, it appeared again, the prompt near the phone, and never mind. But probably have to be near it. Alright, so now it's always landing on a 3. The last time the prompt appeared near the phone, it was on the letter 4. The number 4. It's very misleading too, because if you look at this diagram, the ones with the ticks on it, the 4-leaf clover, all the lights on, and the fish, out of those 3 with ticks on them, the only 2 that you can interact with are the lights and the 4-leaf clover. The only state the 4-leaf clover can be in is either 4 or not there at all. And you need all the lights on because the document talks about how all the lights need to be on. And since the fish can't be interacted with, you just assume that the fish just has to be left alone. Then the document talks about how the Nico cat brings luck to its owner by having the paw up, yet the number that appears on the screen is lower if you have it just up. But if you have it being raised and lowered like that constantly, it raises the number up. So we can't interact with this. So that's either not there or it's 4-leaf. Now the diagram, if we have a look at it, again, the ones with the question mark on it is the elephant, the horseshoe, and the cat. But reading the document, it mentions that the horseshoe has to be up for good luck, and that the cat's paw has to be up for good luck, and that the elephant, I'm assuming, has to have the metal balls swinging near it. And because this horseshoe is facing the wrong way, i.e. not up, it means that I should just leave that like that. So the horseshoe is up, the 4-leaf clover is up. Now the cat's paw is not stationary and up, but if I put that there, and all of these lamps are on, so it either goes to 0 or 2. So if the paw of the Nico has to be up to increase luck, then why is it not increasing the luck? So if we have it so that it's going up and down, before that actually improved the luck. But the problem is the prompt near the phone appeared and I went over to it, then it disappeared. And it happened when the television was showing number 4. So if the cat's paw up, we didn't get number 4. So if number 4 is the number that makes the prompt appear near the phone, then we need to have the Nico statue having its paw going up and down constantly, not just up. And there was a time where I did have to actually interact with this a few times, and one of the times it landed on 4, the prompt near the phone appeared. The first time I fucked up, so I didn't even go near the phone, and then the prompt disappeared. The second time, as soon as the prompt appeared, I ran over to it, but then it disappeared as soon as I got to it. That's alright, so if Jessie is outside of this, by the time it lands on a number, it'll land on 5. But if she's on the carpet, it'll land on a 4 instead. So we can't interact with the fish, so leaving it as is fine. The horseshoe. Heels up allows luck to be kept. Heels down, luck flows outward. Luck flowing outward would mean you lose the luck, not gain it. Maneki Neko, beckoning cat used in shops. Paw held up to beckon customers, creating luck for the business owner. Four-leaf clover, got that active. Elephant, protection, good luck, wisdom, feng shui. So, okay, so I've got to have that going. Light bulb various, when all lights in the room are turned on. Alright, so that's landing on 2 now. What does it land on if I'm outside of the carpet? Lands on 3 instead. Okay, making that change on the carpet. Number is 2. When we're off the carpet, number is 3. Alright, so let's see what happens if we actually don't have the cat's paw up and make it go up and down. Test to see what number it appears on when I'm on the carpet versus off. On the carpet, the number is 4, which was the number that it was for the prompt to appear on the phone. Off the carpet, The number is 5. Alright, I've spent enough time on this. It's been years since I did it, but let's just Google it. Alright, so you need to make it number 7. Okay, so things which increase your luck. Move the goldfish statue within 2 meters of the roulette table. Okay. Well, there's nothing that indicated that that was what you needed to do. There was no clue or anything about it. It did say on the board something about the number 2, but it's like 2 feet. Okay, 2 feet from what? 2 feet from this, from that, from my ass? What? Ah, this is something. Okay, so this is now a new thing that popped up, being able to interact with this prompt. I see now. Okay, so the logic of that is that this four-leaf clover can't be out. So you have to make it go back in, which then makes this four-leaf clover rise up out of the planter, or makes it interactable at least, and then you have to pull that out. Okay. There we go. All right, finally did it. So in doing that, we unlock the golden suit. So now I have two other outfits that I haven't had Jessie wear in a stream yet that I can have her wear in two streams. I won't equip it yet, but just to show it, I need to fast travel back to Central Executive to access outfits. Since I went through all that effort, I may as well just showcase it now, and then in a future stream I can have her wear it for the whole stream. Hello there, Octavius. Good morning to you. How's things? Octavius, already streaming for that long? Almost 5 hours? You woke up early? Yeah. Yeah, started this stream about 9:30 in the morning, my time. I wanted to do a longer stream of this to get further ahead and stuff. And then I'll be streaming later on Assassin's Creed Chronicles China again. Continuing the music tribute for that game that I started yesterday. What can you say? Here it is 5 a.m. Oh, very early for you then. Yeah, almost, just looking at the stream time, almost 5 hour stream. Or very late. That is true. Depends on perspective. If you've been up all day, then that time is late. But if you haven't been up all day and you're just waking up, it's early. Hi, Heavy Octavius. You've been up all night. Done an all-nighter. Okay, so in this stream, I'm not going to do any main story stuff because even though this main story mission I'm up to doesn't involve the ashtray maze sequence, I want to do both main story missions back to back because I don't want the anticipation for or the potential anticipation for the take control sequence to be deflated because it has to be until the next stream. So in the next stream, I'll do the current main story mission that we're up to, and also the next one after that to get that sequence. Do that in one stream. Just see if Emily has anything new to say. Even though there's no dialogue audio, but just in case something else came up. Because you never know, some games will actually have a particular piece of music that might play when you choose dialogue as well. Alright, so this is where I'm going to call it a stream for control for today. This has been my Wednesday stream of it. The next stream that you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. I'm also doing a music tribute for that playthrough, but I'm going to take a break before I actually start that stream because this stream has been 5 hours, and I think having a break in between that's more than 10 minutes would definitely be good. So I'll just exit to the title screen and give some shout outs to some streamers that I'd like to recommend. Thank you, Not Fry. I definitely will enjoy the break. So that's my current time at the moment, so almost 2:30 p.m. What I'm going to do is actually take a 2-hour break. So it's understandable that not everyone will be able to make it to that stream, but I'll be back in 2 hours with Assassin's Creed Chronicles China. Would like to definitely recommend people check out AC, who's been doing Dead by Daylight, is also a streamer of games like Conan Exiles as well as GTA Online. Avi the Oni has been doing Resident Evil 9 Requiem, recently did Resident Evil 4 Remake. The last bit of content for that he did was the Separate Ways DLC. Also is a fan of games like Lies of P. In Meta is doing Horizon Forbidden West. He's also doing Elder Scrolls Online, and he's also doing his first ever playthrough of Alan Wake. Lone has been doing World of Warcraft. He's also a streamer of games like GTA Online. Lucinda has been doing Resident Evil 9 Requiem as well. Has done a few playthroughs now. Also a big fan of the Dishonored series, as well as The Last of Us. Necro has been doing 7 Days to Die. QuickDex has been doing Cyberpunk 2077 and some Fortnite as well. So definitely recommend those streamers if you haven't checked them out before. See you then, Not Fry, for sure. Thank you once again, everyone, for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream of Control will be my Thursday, and then the next stream you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed Chronicles China in about 2 hours' time. Hope that everyone has a good one, and catch you in the next one.